We are the force. We are the land.
New Yankee Stadium, where the Indians won the first ever regular season game, but since has been nothing but a house of heartache. The trend for the Tribe is not good. They've lost 12 out of 14 here since the start of the 2010 season. But trends can be broken. And this year's Indians team comes to the Bronx hungry for a win. Starting next in the land of Lady Liberty on Sports Time Ohio. The Indians' two-city road trip continues tonight here in the Bronx, Yankee Stadium in New York. It's the Indians and the Bronx Bombers as we begin a three-game weekend series. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Banning. You look at this matchup tonight, Rick, going back a few weeks, not that long ago, the Yankees were kind of waffling around that 500 mark. It was hard to make heads or tails out of which way they were going. But around the trading deadline, they went up, made a number of moves. No real blockbusters, but boy, they've supplemented their team very nicely, and all of a sudden they sit just a half game out in the wild card race.
Well, right now, a couple of veterans they went out to get. Chase Headley. I mean, they're holding their head above water. They're playing well. Headley's playing first tonight, but he can play third. They went out and they got Martin Prado. He will be playing third. And a guy that can play defense, Stephen Drew from the Red Sox, already 6 RBIs in 7 games. But the big one that I like, Brandon McCarthy, who was 4-0 since the Yankees acquired him. They says, go back, use your cutter, and see what happens. And he's been a very good pitcher for them. So right now they're holding their heads above the water. But can they maintain it?
Well, and there's still a lot of teams in the mix. There are a couple of teams tied with New York, just a half game back. And then you have the Indians who are 4 games out. So they've got a lot of work to do. Almost imperative that they at least win, take 2 out of 3 here in New York.
Boy, you would certainly hope so. But, you know, this has been a tough place for the Indians to play. They've only won 2 out of their last 14 games in this place, being outscored by 50 runs by the Yankees. They're going to have to flip it and turn it around quickly.
All right, Indians and the Yankees here in New York. Not a good place to play for the Tribe in recent history. Derek Jeter in his final year in pinstripes. Trevor Bauer gets the start for the Tribe. We've got all the play-by-play action coming up next.
McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. By Panini's, get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. And by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more.
And we welcome you into Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on a beautiful night here where the Indians and Yankees renew their rivalry. They split 4 games back in Cleveland earlier this season. This has always been a tough place to play, new Yankee Stadium or going back to old Yankee Stadium. Let's bring in Katie with him. Katie, a lot of people wondered if they would bring the same mystique over to the new ballpark. A lot of teams would probably say it still exists here.
It still exists to the point where a lot of them told me they can feel it. It just feels different when you step inside this ballpark. Corey Kluber mentioned growing up as a baseball fan, just hearing the name Yankee Stadium was kind of like a special moment. The first thing he did was head on out to Monument Park in center field where Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio is. I saw Mike Sarbaugh, third base coach, on the field before the game taking pictures with his son. So it's just all the history, all the tradition, and as the players mentioned, they can just feel it.
All right, thanks, Katie. Esmail Rogers, former Indian, will get the start tonight for New York. Let's take a look at the lineup he will be facing for Terry Francona's Cleveland Indians, brought to you by Progressive. Jason Kipnis, Mike Aviles, and Michael Brantley, who will DH. That's Carlos Santana, David Murphy, who goes to left field. Nick Swisher will be in right. And then Chris Dickerson in center. Jose Ramirez and Roberto Perez getting the start behind the plate, batting ninth.
GMC starting pitcher is Esmail Rogers, who's making his first start of the season tonight. As a matter of fact, it's his first start since June 25th of last year. He was designated for assignment by the Toronto Blue Jays. The Yankees picked him up the 27th. He's appeared twice out of the bullpen, and he'll be making his first start. And he has pitched well against the Indians in his career. No record, but just 11 1/3 innings in his career and a .79 ERA.
And we're underway. First pitch strike in there. Kipnis thought it was high, but it's called a strike by Dan Bellino, the home plate umpire tonight.
Oh, he went to step out. He gave him time. Kipnis took a step out and he got back in, and then the umpire did give him time.
Line down the left field line. This is trouble. It's a fair ball, and into the corner it goes. Brett Gardner going to dig it out, but Kipnis into second base with a leadoff double.
18th double of Kipnis's season, and I'll tell you, it's nice when he leads it off. He's been doing this more often. He got a pitch up and out over the plate, stayed on it nicely. Gardner's got to pick it up, but not before Kipnis goes into second base. So a good start for the Indians tonight.
Mike Aviles stands in with a runner at second base, nobody out. Rogers checks the runner at second, and Aviles showing bunt, skips out of the way. The ball was down and in, almost tagged him on the back foot. Before Rogers stepped on the mound, he said something to Martin Prado, the third baseman, as he covered his face with his glove. Aviles bunts at first base side, and it goes foul right in front of the bag. That's where Chase Headley grabbed it. Headley playing at first base out of necessity. Again, I mentioned it in the open. A lot of the moves the Yankees have made have been out of necessity because of the injuries and because of where they're at right now. Headley, think of him as a third baseman. But Joe Girardi said with Mark Teixeira out, he had to get stitches in his either his thumb or his finger. So Headley's taking some ground balls, and he's up for the challenge.
Boom across the diamond to first.
Aviles chops one to third. One away.
Let's check out that Yankees defense behind Rogers tonight. They are rated 10th in the league. They have made 69 errors as a ball club. Gardner's in left field, Ellsbury in center, Suzuki in right. Prado is at third, Jeter at short, Drew is at second, Headley at first, McCann doing the catching.
Jeff Kellogg, your crew chief, is at first base tonight. Brian O'Nora at second, DJ Rayburn down at third, and of course Dan Bellino calling the balls and strikes. So one out, runner in scoring position for Michael Brantley. And a pitch down low. 4-1.
Smil Rogers was with Colorado. That's how the Indians got him for cash considerations back in June of 2012. And then the Indians traded him to Toronto for Mike Aviles and Yan Gomes.
A strike is called and the count is 1-1. You wonder too, Rick, where a guy hasn't had a start, how long they can expect him to go tonight.
Well, I don't think they're going to expect him to go. You know, hopefully he goes out and throws a lot of strikes. You're looking at it, and he doesn't have a big inning, because it'll end up being a bullpen game, I would think. It's one of the strengths of this Yankee team. They've got some good arms coming out of their bullpen. We witnessed it in the 4-game series back in Cleveland. Got some power arms coming out of that bullpen.
Broken back, liner to second, 2 down. The keys to the game are courtesy of Wayside Furniture. Well, you've got to overcome Mystique and Aura, because Mystique and Aura don't wear the uniform. And for Trevor Bauer, try to get into an early groove throwing strikes. Yankees go to a defensive shift here. They keep Derek Jeter on the left side of the infield. He's over near third base. And they take third baseman Martin Prado and put him over on the second base side of the bag. Second baseman Stephen Drew way out on the outfield grass. And Carlos Santana takes ball 1.
Yeah, who was it that until they got to 2 strikes, they'd keep the third baseman on that side, and then they switched over when they got to 2 strikes? We were back in Cleveland.
Yeah, was it Seattle or was it?
It might have been Seattle.
I think it was.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was Seattle.
Hop back out of play. 1-1.
Every team does it differently, although the shifts, every team does them now. It doesn't matter. Some more so than others. But there's little nuances to every team's way they choose to do it. And we were on the last homestand, and we did see Santana one time take the ball on the infield down to the shortstop side for an RBI. It was late in the ball game.
Well, here's a perfect situation, Rick, and I don't know that now with the count the way it is, but you've got 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, and they're giving you a base hit to the left side of the infield.
Yes, they are.
Why wouldn't you take it to get the run home?
That's, well, you know, even though they're pitching him inside, that's up to the hitter.
Yeah.
It's up to the hitter. He's got to, you know, mentally be ready to go and say, I'll take that base hit and let's take the lead.
At the end of the day, the shift all comes down to the pitcher executing his pitches.
Correct.
Too. Rogers with a 1-2 pitch to Santana.
Oh, he was walking off the mound. He thought he had one on the outside corner. He did just bury Santana inside, and I figured it would be a fastball in or something soft and away. But he gets a pitch right down at the knees on the outside corner, and Santana gets a break. Catches a break. Looks like he's going to get an extra strike. That was a pretty good pitch.
Now the 2-2. That one was inside. And now a full count.
That's okay, though. Effectively, you can pitch inside. That's where Santana has a good enough eye. He doesn't chase it. Some of the hitters might, though, when you make that pitch after you just made a quality pitch away.
David Murphy would be next as Santana awaits the payoff pitch. And a foul back. Kipnis, who doubled to start the game, is still at second base. And Santana with a 2-out RBI single into center field. The Indians will play from in front tonight. Santana gets RBI number 54 on the year as he scores Jason Kipnis with the game's first run.
Well, there you go. Using the big part of the field and gets a base hit, a big 2-out base hit for Santana. That'll give him 54 ribbies. This will be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. That ball away. Didn't try to pull it, stayed into the middle part of the field. Kipnis will come in to score. So the Indians are leading 1-0. It's been few and far between. The last 3 games, the Indians have scored just 5 runs. So nice to get an early start.
David Murphy swings and pops it up on the infield. Derek Jeter will make the catch. But the Indians jump on the board first. Kipnis with a double. Santana brings them home. Now the Yankees are coming to bat. Indians out in front 1-0, bottom of the first. New York comes to bat here in the Bronx. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for Joe Girardi's club, brought to you by Toyota. Brett Gardner in the leadoff spot. Then it's Derek Jeter. Jacoby Ellsbury hitting third. Carlos Beltran cleanup, followed by Brian McCann. Chase Headley hitting sixth. Then it's Stephen Drew, Martin Prado, and Ichiro Suzuki will bat ninth.
Our GMC starting pitchers, Trevor Bauer. Start number 17 for Trevor. He is 4-6 with a 4.20 ERA. He pitched 1 game earlier this year against the New York Yankees. He went 7 innings, gave up 4 hits and 3 runs. It was a win in that ball game. He left leading it 5-3. So he's going to get a crack at him in their house now. Only 1-4 on the road this year, though, for Trevor in his career.
Brett Gardner steps in. His 15 homers out of the leadoff spot lead the major leagues.
Yeah, you think about it, man. He's only hit 8 home runs before, and he's almost doubled it. Already starting to try and get the strike zone in their favor. Arguing. You can see his numbers are huge this year compared to last. Let's take a look at this pitch in the inside corner. He's thinking it's inside. That's a pretty good pitch.
Well, he can complain about that when he swung at it. And that's out number 1.
Really slows it down, Trevor Bauer, and that's a nice curveball there. He tightened it up on him. He didn't throw it as high. Sometimes it takes Trevor a little while to get a feel for that pitch. That's a pretty darn good one, man, to the first hitter of the ball game.
Derek Jeter batting .276 in his final season. He's picked up a hit in 11 of his last 12 games. And he grounds one right up the middle. Cut off by Jose Ramirez. And he pulled Santana off the bag.
I think Santana just dropped it, didn't he?
Well, I think he was off the bag anyway. So I'm not sure it would have mattered. He did drop it. I don't know if Santana spiked himself or if Jeter got a piece of him, but he looked like he was limping a little bit after the play.
I think Ramirez had maybe a little more time to throw
it
than what he thought. He just tried to get rid of it. But, you know, you got to realize who the runner is. That's
you know what? He was on the base.
Yeah,
right.
He dropped it. That's what I thought. Ball right there. And again, it just comes out. Or did it go through the glove? Did that go through the webbing?
He's looking right into it.
Well, that's a. They give him a hit, and that is a gift. I'll tell you what, he's out all the way around. I thought Ramirez made a good throw. He had more time than he thought. Santana just flat out dropped it. He did yesterday, too. He dropped a fly ball, and he made a bad throw. He had 2 errors in yesterday's game, but here we go again.
I know everybody's sentimental, this being Jeter's last season, but holy
you know what? You're right. It doesn't matter. He's got 3,300 hits or 3,400 hits. He doesn't need them.
If they don't reverse it, which
they won't.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. If they go back and look at it,
there'll be a federal investigation if they overturn that. You know, it's plain to see that was just a flat out error. Santana dropped it, but you know what? It goes as a hit. Jeter has 3,430 of them.
He's tied with Honus Wagner now, 6th all time.
Pretty impressive list.
All of a sudden, he's 3-0 out of Jacoby Ellsbury. So the misplay, and now in a 4-pitch walk, and the Yankees have 2 on with 1 out.
Let's check out that Indians defense behind Trevor Bauer tonight. It'll be Murphy gets the start in left field tonight. They switch Murphy. Dickerson goes to center because Brantley's DH, and Swisher's over and right. Aviles at third, Ramirez at short, Kipnis is at second, Santana at first, Perez behind the play.
Here is Carlos Beltran, switch hitter, DH. Inside, ball 1, and out goes Perez. I don't know what happened. Bauer lost the strike zone all of a sudden. 5 straight have missed. Well, you have to wonder if Terry Francona's sitting there scratching his head in the dugout. Santana had a bad day at first yesterday in Cincinnati. Threw a ball away, had one pop out of his glove on a routine pop-up on the infield, and now drops one here in the first inning on a throw from shortstop. Big bouncer foul.
Well, something that has been missing all year has been defense with this Indians club. They have allowed so many extra outs throughout the course of a game, let alone the season. And anytime you do that to a decent offense or a team that's swinging the bats well, you're going to pay.
Popped him up, foul, out of play. And a count 1-2. Yeah, in addition to making your pitcher have to throw more pitches and work maybe a little bit harder, you also give that other team more pep, more life. Hey, we got 2 on now. We got a chance instead of having 1 on and 2 out, which is what the situation should be.
Yeah, extra outs. It's tough enough to get 27 in a game. When you start giving them extra ones, boy, it's really tough at this level.
Pulled foul by Beltran. It stays 1-2.
You know, the guy in the middle of the diamond, that he has to pitch around it. He's got to really, you know, buckle down, but it ends up making him throw more pitches, and it lessens the start. And the Indians have a tough enough time with their starters going deep into a game, let alone helping them out and getting to that bullpen earlier.
That's in the dirt. And it's back to even at 2-2.
Well, Beltran has been much better since coming off that concussion list. When he spent some time on there, hitting over 350.
Breaking ball, and it just missed inside. Ball count. That's a pitch that was off the plate. It was close. With Beltran able to stay disciplined and not chase. First and second, 1 out. Runners hold, and the payoff pitch is hit into right field. Jeter coming around third. He will score, and we're tied at 1.
Well, there you go. It's not going to be listed as an error. It's listed as a hit. But there's the difference. He ends up coming around to score. And he shouldn't have been on base to begin with.
It's a costly mistake. They can score it any way they want, but
yeah, there's a slider he left inside. That wasn't a very good pitch there. He leaves it in. He pulls it in the hole. So they come right back and answer.
2 on, 1 out, and now Brian McCann.
But you see what happened after that first guy reached. He hasn't been able to get it out, and he's had a tough time throwing strikes.
Well, he falls behind McCann. Two balls, no strikes.
One thing Trevor Bauer did a lot last year when he did not have his fastball command was in counts like this, he would go to his curveball, he would go to his changeup, and not just groove a fastball. Was that high? Right now, I think he's searching. He thinks he makes a pretty good pitch, and it's not getting called. Let's look at it from the side and see where it crosses. Yeah, that looked high from there. They're okay. Perez tried to bring that down. That was high.
At the knees, and it's 3-1. Brian McCann, the Georgia native, and a former Brave, signed as a free agent here with the Yankees. Batting average has not been up to snuff, but he's hit 13 homers. He's driven in 49. Hop back. Out of play. 3-2. Eleven of his 13 home runs this year have been hit right here at Yankee Stadium.
Well, they love that little porch out there in right field.
Ellsbury was dancing off at second.
Well, he tried doing that, if you remember, in Cleveland. He was on second base early in the game, and he tried to steal third with a left-hander, and Gomes threw him out. Took himself right out of scoring position in a ball game.
McCann does a pretty good job of putting the ball in play. .57 strikeouts and 368 at bats. And he draws a walk. Second walk in the inning, and the bases are loaded with only one out. And here comes Mickey Callaway. Sixth batter of the game coming to the plate. And Callaway out to talk with Bauer. He's already given the one run back. Though, to be fair, he should have had 2 outs and nobody on base in the inning.
Yeah, you just don't know how it's going to turn out if the play's made. I mean, that's the thing about it.
I know you have to overcome those things.
Yes, you do.
But boy, you're asking a lot when it's nightly. Nightly.
I mean, this is just a routine play. He had to spike himself. Look at it. The ball just comes out. I don't know what he's limping for. Something must have happened to his foot. The only thing I could think of. Then after a walk, you get the base hit by Beltran that tied it. Now you have the bases loaded. Still, there is only one out, and that was the first hitter, Gardner, who struck out.
Chase Headley playing at first base. And he takes high, ball 1.
Now it's about fastball command.
(2-0). Chase Headley's name has been on the rumor mill circuit for a number of years, playing in San Diego. This year, Padres finally did deal him to New York, and he made himself right at home. Hit in his first 8 games as a Yankee.
That'll make the fans love you.
3-0. Stirring in the Indians bullpen. Nobody up throwing yet, but that could change. Ball 4. Bowers walked in a run. It's 2-0 New York. Third walk in the inning. And now we've gone from stirring to action in the Indians bullpen.
Well, yeah, you have to get it now. He can't throw strikes.
Nick Hagedorn looks like he's going to be the first one up. The batter, 7th man to hit in the inning, is Stephen Drew. Drew, you may recall, was a late sign this year by the Red Sox. And then Boston traded him to New York.
Well, you have to take him off his fastball if you're Perez, because he's not commanding the fastball. Slow him down, let him throw the changeup or the curveball. See if he can slow everything down and get in the strike zone. You cannot continually throw fastballs and not find the zone. There's a changeup.
And 2 quick strikes on Stephen Drew.
You watch the nice little changeup down at the knees. Perfect. That's where you want to be.
And the 2-strike pitch is pulled foul.
We've seen it before. We've seen it a lot last year when Trevor Bauer would make a start. He had a really tough time of commanding the fastball. And a lot of times he would throw a lot of his off-speed pitches. He'd dodge a lot of bullets. He'd work his way out of jams. He was bending but never break. This year has been a lot different because he was commanding the fastball a lot of the time. Tonight he's going to have to really work his way through it.
Bounced in front of the plate, well in front, in fact. And Perez did a nice job to keep it in front of him.
Yeah, he just spiked that one into the dirt. Nice job by Perez.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 2 runs in for New York.
He looks frustrated out there. I don't know if he's not on the same page as Perez or what, but he doesn't look happy and he doesn't look comfortable. Really taking him a long time to get a sign.
Line to center, base hit. Another run is in. 3-0 New York. And that is 6 straight Yankees to reach in the inning.
Again, you're going to come in with the fastball, and there it is, middle of the plate. Drew just takes it right back into center field. And everybody just moves up 1 base. Opportunity for a huge inning now for the Yankees. For Drew, that's his 7th RBI in 8 games he's played here.
Martin Prado, another recently acquired National Leaguer, steps in. And it's ball 1. Prado came from the Diamondbacks, where Trevor Bauer began his professional career.
Well, it's a 31 pitch inning right now for Bauer. 17 balls and 14 strikes. And he may not be out here much longer.
No, I got to believe this is just about it. Terry Francona's over talking to Mickey Callaway right now. I mean, 1 big swing and this baby could get out of hand already, even though there's a long way to go. Right back up the middle. Kipnis can't come up with it, and another run scores. And here comes yet another. Oh my, the defensive miscues just continue to bite this team time and time again. 2-run score on a ball that never left the infield.
Yeah, this is starting to get ridiculous, the way they're playing defense. It really is. There's a backhanded play that Kipnis doesn't come up with. You know, I don't expect you to turn 2, but you have to get 1. And then if you don't get the 1, you don't flip it away and let him get 2. By the time they pick it up, and there it is, it makes it a 5-1 ball game. They still don't get it out. I'm sure that's an infield hit and an error.
Oh, that's got to be a fielder's choice, right?
No, they're going to give him a hit and an error. They give Jeter a hit.
That makes no sense. Number 9 batter is Ichiro, and he takes a strike. Runners at first and second now with still only one out. Nick Hagedorn is ready, but Terry Francona is staying with Bauer for the moment. This one's weakly tapped. Kipnis to Ramirez. They get an out. 2 down. Drew goes over to third. And Ichiro is aboard at first. Seems like a long time ago Brett Gardner struck out to start this inning.
It was a long time ago. It was at least 36 pitches ago.
Gardner looks at a strike from Bauer. And he almost threw it away. Santana came off the bag. Ichiro takes off. No throw down by Perez. 8th stolen base of the year by Suzuki. And so now second and third with 2 down.
Well, you're not going to throw. It's a 5-1 game. He's going to take off anyway. He doesn't run unless he knows he can steal it now.
Down in the dirt. 2-1 for Brett Gardner.
What an inning. The very first inning. This will be pitch number 40 for Trevor Bauer. After striking out the first hitter, the next 7 reached.
2-1 pitch. Yeah, Bauer's walked 3 in the inning. There have been 2 awful defensive plays made behind him. One of which was deemed an error. The other inexplicably was not. And it has just unraveled here in the first inning after the Indians scored in the top of the first to briefly take the lead. The 2-2. Foul ball down the first base side, not by much.
Well, the umpire got a good look because it was just right in front of him.
.41 pitches for Bauer, 21 strikes, 20 balls. And the 2-2 to Gardner. Back out of play. You talk about a game of hot potato. That's what it looked like they were playing down below. And the 2-2. Full count. The payoff pitch. Hit high in the air. Right center field. Calling for it is Dickerson. And the inning is over. New York jumps on the Indians for 5 here in the first. The Indians don't do themselves any favors. And now they're in the hole early. To by your Northern Ohio Honda dealers, by the Cleveland Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. New York leads it 5-1 as we go to the second inning. And for Cleveland, Nick Swisher, Chris Dickerson, and Jose Ramirez are due up. Up and away, ball one from Esmail Rogers. Foul out of play. And a little bit outside, 2-1. Three balls and a strike. Swisher is trying to snap an 0 for 10 slump at the plate. Lifts this one toward left center field. Ellsbury, one away. Our stat of the game brought to you by Buick, and since this ballpark opened, it has not been pretty.
Ouch. No, it has not.
And it's starting out this way again. Outscored by 50 runs in the 14 games.
And a strike called. Dickerson came over to the Tribe and immediately hit everything in sight. Batted .300 in July when he came over. So far 1 for 9 to start the month of August. Lifts one to left field. Drifting back is Brett Gardner, and there are 2 down on the second.
RBI Baseball is back with all 30 MLB teams and 2014 players. You can get the retro 2-button style game you've been missing. Visit RBI.com for more details or download today on your console and mobile device.
Rogers with a good low fastball at the knees to Jose Ramirez. Pulls it foul. Nothing into the count. Ramirez able to lay off Jose. From an offensive standpoint, 0 for his last 7. He does have 10 hits since getting called back up in his last 13 games. Now the 2-2. Just a bit outside, and the count goes full. Drilled to center field, but caught by Ellsbury. The Indians go 1-2-3, and we go to the bottom of the second. 5-1 New York. With a 5-1 lead as they come to bat in the bottom of the second inning. And everyone that will come to bat in the second will be batting for the second time already. New York sent 10 men to the plate in the first.
Well, it was this guy that got it started. It was a ground ball to shortstop that Ramirez fielded and threw it to Santana. Santana dropped it, and it was the first base hit. Should have been an error. I don't know what the scorer was thinking.
Big bounce to Jose Ramirez.
Let's see if he drops that and they give him another hit. I mean, it was. There's the hit. Ramirez did a nice job cutting it off. Santana just didn't hold on to it. And then the floodgates opened. The command of Trevor Bauer was all over the place. They got a base hit and some walks. He walked in a run. And then a couple other singles. And the defense just bending again. Kipnis flipping a ball wildly. 2-run score. The ball never left the infield. It all came around to a 5-run first inning for the Yankees.
Upstairs for Jacoby Ellsbury, ball 1. He walked and scored in the first.
It's certainly not how you want to start the first inning of the first game of a 3-game series in a place that you have a tough time playing in. I'll tell you that.
Ellsbury fouls it right back.
The Yankees have been one of the hotter teams in the second half between them and Baltimore. That's why they haven't been able to gain any ground on Baltimore. They both have the same records, 13-7.
2 down. Don't forget you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have yours shown during one of our telecasts this year. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Two down now for Carlos Beltran. Singled in a run and scored in the first. Indians played the first ever regular season game here at Yankee Stadium back in April of '09. And they beat the Yankees with a 7-run 7th inning. New York goes 1-2-3 here in the second. 5-1 the Yankees. Send Roberto Perez to the plate to lead things off. Perez batting .240 on the year. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Perez has picked up a hit in 5 of the 7 starts that he has made on the year. And that stolen base by Ichiro in the first was the first that he has allowed.
No, that's when he didn't even try. Really.
Does that count?
Well, yeah, it counts. Yes, it does. It's all part of it. That's the time to run. They had a huge inning. There was a man on third base. There was 2 outs. You know they're not going to throw through.
Now the 1-1. Three balls and a strike with Jason Kipnis waiting on deck. And a full count. Payoff pitch and a chopper up the middle. It's through. So the Indians have their 3rd hit of the game and their leadoff man aboard for the 2nd time tonight. Time now for a Mazda game break. Let's go back to the studios. Here's Al Pawlowski. All right, thanks, Al. Now Jason Kipnis steps in, and he leans back. And there's a called strike as Kipnis was eyeing it very closely. Jason got a pitch out over the plate and stroked it to left down into the corner for a double in the 1st inning. Shoots it out of play that way.
You know, he's had that stroke. He had 3 hits the other night in Cincinnati going the other way. All 3 were to left field. And there you see that swing. That pitch was up and away, and he stayed on it, let it track deep into the zone, and slapped it down to the left field corner. So that swing looks like it's starting to come around for Jason.
Well, he knew it. Took a call, 3rd strike. First K for Rogers, 1 down in the 3rd inning. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. Tanaka, Sabathia, Pineda, Nova, Phelps. All starters, right?
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Done for the year. Nova out for the season. Tanaka actually suffered that elbow injury during his start against the Indians back in Cleveland.
Yeah, he left the very next day after that start.
I mean, nobody knew it. He pitched fine that night. In fact, his catcher, Brian McCann, was shocked when he came in the next day to hear that Tanaka was leaving to get looked at.
Yeah, would the Indians get 4 runs off him? They tied it. Was it 4 or 5? But he left the next day.
Fouled right back, and McCann took the brunt of that foul tip.
Wow, that's a direct hit, man.
Well, they're checking him out. Everybody gets a thorough going over nowadays. There's no situation taken too lightly anymore with the foul tips. Steve Donahue, the Yankees trainer, longtime assistant trainer, Gene Monahan. He's in his 36th season, though, with the Yankees after spending 26 years as the assistant athletic trainer.
Paying your dues, my friend.
Now in his 3rd year as the head man. 1-1 count for Mike Aviles. Way out in front of it. Aviles cranks one to center, but Ellsbury is there to grab it. 2 down. Now, Rogers has come out tonight and he's thrown quite a few strikes. 42 pitches, 26 of those have been for strikes. Michael Brantley softly lined out to second base his first time up. Roberto Perez, the runner at first base. Well, that's something we've seen a lot of lately. Rick, you know, you usually get your leadoff man aboard. That's a good sign to get something going in an inning. But lately, the Indians have had their leadoff man aboard a number of times, and he's never moved.
Cycles. It goes through cycles like that, and they're not swinging the bats very well as a team. They were doing it at home, and then we were shut down in Cincinnati. But that usually gives you a little spark. You're right, when you get that leadoff man aboard. We've been a different team on the road this year compared to home. It's not even the same ball club. And you say, well, why? That's hard to explain.
Yeah. If you had the answer,
seriously,
you wouldn't be sitting here.
No doubt.
You'd be hired by every club in baseball.
It's just a matter. They have been. It's like a different team when they wear those gray uniforms.
Now the 3-1, and it's ball 4. Now let's see if the Indians can make Rogers pay for a 2-out walk. Carlos Santana coming up had a 2-out RBI single his first time up.
Well, 10,000 fans will receive aviator sunglasses. That's all courtesy of Sports Time Ohio. That'll take place August 13th. The Arizona Diamondbacks will be in town. Remember, get your tickets early. You can save. Go to Indians.com.
Santana slapped a single right up the middle in the first inning. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-1 as he tried to drive one to right field. That short porch so enticing to left-handed power hitters. Sometimes it can be very daunting for opposing pitchers. They start thinking about I can't, and they do make the mistake.
Well, one swing in this ballpark and you're right back in the game at the porch in right field.
But now Santana will have to battle down 0-2. Three-man shift on the right side for New York. Upstairs with it. Santana was on a pretty good roll offensively, but just as he was going up, he has completely reversed field. That RBI single in the first snapped an 0-for-12 slump for Santana. He batted .313 though in the month of July. Breaking balls in the dirt.
Yeah, the Indians need a spark right here. They need Santana to pop one.
Rogers ready, the 2-2. And he strikes him out. Indians strand a pair. Enjoy a cold one, and stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. What do you got there? Full? Close?
No, maybe tomorrow.
All right.
It's awfully close. So.
Big hunk of cheese tonight. Brian McCann, Chase Headley, and Stephen Drew for New York. One ball, two strikes. The count on McCann, who walked and scored his first time up. Now he pulls one over the head of Santana down the line.
That was a changeup he pulled. He pulled a changeup. I mean, he couldn't have hit it over the head and placed it any better than what he did over Santana's head. He hit it soft. It looked like it was off the end of the bat. It was a curveball away, and he hit a changeup. He hit it like it was thrown. So it hits that sidewall, deflects out. It'll go as a single for McCann. That is the 5th hit now for the Yankees. So he's been on both times tonight. Walked his first at bat and scored.
Shattered bat. Kipnis. They're going to call the infield fly rule. So the batter is automatically out. Kipnis was trying to drop it and turn it into a double play. I don't think it would have worked anyway because Headley was going down the line.
Well, you had the bat going in the same direction as the baseball. And you could see he knew. He just caught it.
Second thought,
yeah, he caught it.
They would have had a
dropped
double
it.
play had he not gotten the call. Now Stephen Drew. Drew an RBI hit back in the first. Pops him up this time on the infield. Kipnis not onto the grass, and we've got 2 away.
Well, the Indians' annual Rock and Blast fireworks show is set for August 15th and 16th. The Indians will host Buck Showalter's Baltimore Orioles. It's a this year's 2-night event will feature a tour of rock theme, and the local band Welshly Arms will perform live at the ballpark prior to the fireworks. Go to Indians.com and get your tickets.
Martin Prado. He got hit. Ball up and in, drilled him. And now New York has 2 on with 2 out. Mickey Callaway on the phone out to the bullpen. Ichiro. Swing and a miss at a high heater.
Hagedorn back up again. He was on the verge of coming in back in the first inning. He was loose. He was ready. Bauer eventually got out of it.
And a count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, we've often wondered, you just talked about it, why has this Indians club struggled so much on the road? Why are they such a different club? Well, if you look at some of the numbers, and Trevor Bauer's one, Stats Inc. sent us this today. In his career now at home, he's 4-3. Okay, but the ERA 3.19. On the road, 1-5. ERA 6.11.
Well, we've done that with almost every pitcher this year.
Strikes out. Bauer gets out of the inning. The Yankees still lead it though, 5-1 through 3 innings of play. Baseball here on Fox Sports 1. Indians and Yankees will go toe-to-toe in the afternoon, and then later on it's the Cardinals and the Orioles. Only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. David Murphy will lead it off for Cleveland. And Esmail Rogers delivers up and away, ball 1. Murphy looks, it's down low. And all of a sudden he's looking at a 3-ball, no strike count. Big chopper towards second base. And Drew on a 3-1 pitch. Drew able to throw out Murphy for out number 1. Let's go downstairs once again, check in with Katie with him. We had the announcement yesterday in Cleveland. Mark Shapiro, the the enhancements, the improvements. These are major renovations coming up at the ballpark, Katie.
Absolutely, Matt. Progressive Field is getting a little bit prettier. We're going to have 2 levels for the kids' clubhouse, a climate-controlled 2-story bar above right field, also redesigned bullpens. I think that's the one that the players are most excited about. But then also they're going to bring much more history back to Progressive Field, specifically over near Gate C. They're going to put some tribe artifacts out there, which I'm looking forward to.
Certainly going to be quite an undertaking in the offseason, and it will give the ballpark a new look. 0-1 pitch. I mean, it's, for those of us who've been there since day one, it's hard to believe in some ways. Wow, 20 years of baseball at Progressive Field, and you know, to our eyes, it has stood up very well. But it's also, you got to change with the times. And I think that's what Mark Shapiro and everybody that's put a lot of thought and planning into this is looking at. Fans' tastes change, they evolve, and so some of these new areas, and especially the social, they call it the social gathering place areas, where people can just kind of hang out and enjoy the ball game and shoot the breeze. I think that's,
it's hard to sit in your seat now for 3.5 hours and watch your ball game. You don't mind moving around,
yeah.
You know, when you have some nice areas to go to.
Nick Swisher fly to center his first time up, and a swing and a miss. Rogers has now struck out 3 on the night. 2 down here in the 4th. Chris Dickerson fly to left, his only time up back in the 2nd inning. One and one to count. This is a reunion road trip for Chris Dickerson. His former club Cincinnati, now here in New York, where he spent parts of 2 years with the Yankees. Nice play in right field by Ichiro, and the Indians are retired 1-2-3 for the 2nd time tonight. And we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It's New York 5, Cleveland 1. The 4th inning right now on FoxSportsOhio.com. Rick Manning gives more of his take on what to expect in this series, huh?
What's that?
You're
Are
a web
you
guy,
kidding
huh?
me?
Call you Spider-Man from now on. You're in the web. Check out the sights and sounds from the return rally
Got tricked into that.
for LeBron James in Akron. And Sam Amico shakes out how the Cavs' big three could all fit together. It's all on FoxSportsOhio.com.
Murph just wanted to put my name on one of those.
Pretty soon you're going to be tweeting, you'll be Facebooking.
No, I won't.
Yeah,
No,
I can
I
see
won't.
it now. You'll have a smartphone eventually.
Well, when I have the smartphone and everything, you'll be in a spaceship. It'll be that long from now.
Hal,
You can still
open
call
the
me.
pod doors, Hal.
You're going to beam me up.
Here's the 1-0. Rope foul on the right side.
Can't be too many smart people around. We have enough of them. I'll stay where I'm at.
Now the 1-1. Strike call to the outside corner. What do your grandkids say when they see your phone?
Oh, they chuckle.
They want to know, how does this work?
Yeah.
Gardner takes it downstairs. 2-2.
They didn't know the rotary still existed.
Well, Bob's rocking a flip phone back here. That's got to be what, 10, 15 years old?
He hasn't used it yet. It's just it's a toy.
He's just getting it out of the box. To right field, look out, could be trouble. It is. Swisher trying to play it, fires towards second, but Gardner is in with a stand-up double, his first hit of the night.
First extra base hit for the Yankees. He's going to get up. Now that was a little spinner up there. That's why he was able to turn on and speeds up his bat a little bit, and he drilled it down into the corner. He wouldn't have been able to hit that ball if it was a fastball in there, but it was a little slider and it stayed up. Callaway coming out again, so Bauer's time is limited here.
Nick Hagedorn once again getting loose in the Cleveland pen.
Fourth inning, and he's already going through this lineup for the third time.
He's at the 70 pitch mark on the night.
Very disappointing first inning for him, and it was all started by a mistake. Certainly Santana should have been able to make a play on the second hitter of the ball game. He doesn't, and Bauer didn't do anything to pick his team up, and that was a little frustrating. He ended up losing it, really. It looked like he went the other way. You know, as a pitcher, you know, after a mistake, you really got to buckle down and pick up your defense, but that certainly did not happen, and they put a 5 spot on the board. You know, that could be the difference in the night right there in that first inning.
Well, the way things have gone, I mean, they were on a pretty good run there. They had won 4 straight, but losing 3 in a row, having scored 5 runs in the losing streak, come in here tonight and then just implode like that in the first inning. Not a good way to start a series.
No.
Derek Jeter takes a strike. Jeter, throughout his career, especially situationally, goes the other way as well as anybody.
Well, this is, yeah, he's just one tough out. Even at his age now, he can't do it as frequently as he once did, but a dangerous guy in this situation. You look at him after missing most of last year, he's still hitting .276 in his 40s. A multi-hit game just for one team. Look at that. Over 1,000 he got his 1,000th in Cleveland. That multi-hit game. The only two better. Look at Hank Aaron, Stan Musial, and Ty Cobb. How about that foursome? I mean, seriously. And he has one already, so. I said that's a nice pitch. Yeah, those good hitters, or the great hitters, I should say, not the good hitters. The great hitters, they get one hit, they're going to get two, or they want to get two. When they get two, they want to get three, and they get greedy, they get hungry, and the great ones do it.
Not a bad Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, right.
2 strikes on Jeter. Bauer puts him away. He got him to go chase one in the dirt. And that is out number 1 here in the 4th.
Well, I'll tell you what, he stayed soft to Jeter. And this, take a look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. That ball went down and hit the plate. Jeter was going to try and say, I didn't go, but yes, he did. He couldn't hold up. So that was a nice sequence for Bauer to retire Jeter and not allow Gardner to move anywhere, keep him at second base.
Jacoby Ellsbury has walked and scored, grounded out tonight. Two and 0. Popped and foul, out of play to the right.
Good time to wish happy birthday wishes go out tonight to Patricia Dipple, who is turning 85. Donovan Martin is 8. He is from Elyria. Happy birthday, Donovan. And to our own Mark Kohak. Yes, indeed. 29 today. Mark Kohak. Can you believe it?
2-9er.
I heard he left the hotel today and he was taking the train to get here, and he's still not here yet. I think he took the wrong train, so he may have the night off.
He took the Amtrak back to Ohio. Upstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike.
It's the Uptown number 4 train to 161st Street.
Now the 3-1 runner goes, and a check swing foul.
Well, Ellsbury didn't mean to. He just turned, I think, trying to hold his swing. He ended up fouling off as Gardner was off and running, and he would have had the base stolen because Bauer never made him stop. He took off, he took a big jump, and he had it timed pretty well. Look at that. He just had a running start over there. Although Perez, he was up ready to go, man. He had the gun cocked and loaded, didn't he?
He did indeed, but Ellsbury on the check swing foul. Bauer, long check of the runner now. And time was finally called.
Well, they have the opportunity to try and be aggressive, and you have to keep your eye on Gardner, on Ellsbury. Those are the 2 big base stealers on this team. So if you have to take your time, make that hitter call timeout like he just did. But it's up to Ramirez now to keep him close to second base where he doesn't get that walking lead and keep jockeying him back.
And a walk to Ellsbury. 2 on, 1 out.
That's going to do it. Tito's seen enough.
Terry Francona. So Bauer is going to go 3 1/3 innings tonight. And our Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen, left-hander Nick Hagedorn will be coming on to face Carlos Beltran with New York on top 5-1.
Can take advantage of $4 12-ounce beers, $3 hot dogs, and $2 soda refills every game this year. You can go to Indians.com for your tickets.
Well, with 2 on and 1 out here in the 4th inning, Nick Hagedorn in for the 18th time this year. Hagedorn has been throwing the ball very well of late. Giving up just 1 run in his last 12 appearances. Carlos Beltran will turn around about right-handed. And a strike called. As a right-handed hitter, Beltran only hitting .220, 3 homers, 11 runs batted in.
When he gets it rolling, though, from both sides, he can be as good as anybody when he gets hot and on a roll. As I mentioned, after coming off the concussion list, in about the last 20 games, he's been very good for the Yankees.
Skies that one to center. That's got to go down as one of the more bizarre injuries, too. The one that happened in Cleveland. He was in the batting cage.
He was scheduled to go into the game that day.
He hit one off the side of the cage and it came back and hit him in the face. And I don't know if it broke his nose.
I think it did.
Got him that concussion. Really strange. Unfortunate, without a doubt, but just. So 2 down, Brian McCann, the batter. He has walked and scored, and he has also singled. In there for a strike. Fouled right back. Trevor Bauer went 3 1/3 tonight. I had the update a little while ago from Al on Justin Masterson making the start tonight for St. Louis. He went 2 innings for the Cardinals. And in those 2 innings, he faced 18 batters. So basically, they went through the lineup twice in 2 innings, and he was charged with 5 earned runs on 7 hits. He walked 3. And the Cardinals trail Baltimore 8-0. Now the 0-2. Fouled back out of play. Toronto leading Detroit 4-2. They're in the 5th inning up in Toronto at the Rogers Center. Good pitch, got him looking, and the inning is over. So Nick Hagedorn continues to really pitch superbly out of the Indians bullpen. Sunnyside Chevrolet in Elyria. Sunny will save you money. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. (5-1) New York, 5th inning. Here in the Bronx, Jose Ramirez, Roberto Perez, Jason Kipnis due for Cleveland. Esmail Rogers making his first start of the year, though he did pitch down at AAA Buffalo as a starter. He made 7 starts at AAA this year, but he hadn't made a start in the big leagues this season. So I think from an arm strength standpoint, as far as being stretched out, I guess he's got, you know, more of a base than you realize. If you just looked at his big league numbers, you'd say 18 appearances, 24 innings. How is this guy going to start, and how long is he going to go? But you look at the AAA numbers and you realize there's probably more of a base there than you realize, and he's
they wouldn't leave
into the 5th inning.
He is, and he's at 68 pitches. So if you look at a guy, you say let's go 75 pitches or 5 innings. That's about what they can look for or hope for.
Down and in.
He's only allowed 3 hits. We said the Yankees have a very strong bullpen.
Fouled right back. Fouled up the third base side. Shot down the left side again, but foul. Up and away. Ramirez able to lay off. 2-2. Just now getting some action in the New York bullpen. Popped up foul, out of play once again.
David Huff.
One-time Indian David Huff, the left-hander. Down in the dirt, full count. Tap towards second base. And there's one away here in the fifth. Time once again for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pulaski. All right, thanks, Al. Here it stays 5-1 in favor of New York. Tell you what's interesting about that, Anibal Sanchez has given up 10 hits in that ball game for Detroit, 4 in the third inning. You know, he's coming off a pretty suspect month of July.
Yes, he is.
Not that they don't have enough starting pitching now to account for a misstep along the way in their rotation, but interesting.
Well, you know what he is. You hit a little slump like that. He's a guy that has great changeups. He can go out there and dazzle you. But if his command isn't there, you know, you can get to him, and they have recently. Still a pretty strong starting staff.
Yeah. Roberto Perez, a base hit back in the third. He's the last Indians batter with a hit in the game. He led off the third inning with a single.
See, mechanically, he's talking to himself. He can feel the adjustments he has to make to try and get through this inning. He needs 2 more outs to qualify for a win. This will be the 80th pitch for Rogers.
Perez pulled off of it, and it's 2-2. Jason Kipnis waits on deck. The 3-2 lifted out of play. His single back in the 3rd inning gives him a hit in 6 out of the 8 games he started. This is popped up and playable.
Well, it looks like it.
Chase Headley makes the catch, 2 down.
Well, another Sugardale Dollar Dog Night is on tap for Friday, August 15th. The Baltimore Orioles will be in town, leaders of the American League East. Get your tickets early and save. Go to Indians.com.
Down low to Jason Kipnis. Kipnis with a liner into center field and a base hit. So it keeps the inning alive. As you said, you know that Rogers wants this 3rd out. He wants to at least have the chance to qualify for a victory.
He sure does. I mean, he's gone this long. They've given him run support. You've got to get that final out in the 5th if you want to qualify. So that one just out of his reach up the middle. Kipnis now 2 for 3 and 4 hits for the Indians.
Aviles into center field, and it's caught by Ellsbury. No runs ahead, a man left. Halfway home, Yankees lead it 5-1. Well, Esmail Rogers gave his team 5 innings tonight, assuming that's all he'll go, but no action now in the Yankee bullpen, so who knows? Maybe he's got another inning left.
You might be right.
Nick Hagedorn got the last 2 outs of the 4th. He's going to stay on the pitch here in the 5th. And it's ball one to Chase Headley, who walked and picked up an RBI because he walked with the bases loaded in the first inning. He also came around to score back in the first. All 5 runs for New York came in the first inning. The first 7. 8. First 8 Yankees? I don't know. I've lost track. Well, 7 or 8 reached safely. Not the first 7, but
7 of the first 8. Struck out the leadoff man, and then 7 reached.
High pop. Infield. Aviles calling for it. 1 away. In-game recap brought to you by Toyota. Let's go back and take another. This is how it started. Jeter's out at first, but Santana drops the ball. They ruled it a hit. And New York just took off. Bauer had trouble. He walked 3 in the inning. And then this misplay added to the woes. 2 runs would score on that ill-advised flip. And before it was all said and done, it went from 1-0 Cleveland to 5-1 New York. And it stayed that way ever since. Indians had 2 hits in the first inning to get their first run, and they have 2 hits since then, a pair of singles. Popped him up on the infield again. It's Aviles once again. 2 away. Go downstairs, bringing Katie with him, who has more on Indians pitcher Nick Hagedorn, who's made pretty good adjustments this year out of the bullpen.
Yeah, this time around, Matt, he definitely looks more comfortable up here. Mickey Callaway said that for a while his release point was off. He didn't use that downhill angle with his height that he can use on the mound. He'd either spike the ball by holding on to it too long, or he'd let it go too early. But now he's found that middle ground. It's clicked in. That release point and command has been much better.
Well, Hagedorn an inning and a third of perfect relief tonight. 4 up, 4 down. He's out. And John Axford is coming on when we come back. 5-1 New York, and the new Indians pitcher is John Axford. Axford 2-3 with a 3.14 ERA. This is his 49th appearance of the year. 43 innings of work, 27 walks, 51 strikeouts. And with 2 down and the bases empty, he'll be facing Martin Prado. Fastball in there for strike one. Quickly, the count is 0-2 on Prado.
So many different names in this Yankee lineup. When you look down it doesn't seem like a Yankee team, you know.
It's like, who are these guys?
Right.
It's not that you don't know who they are, but
they've grabbed them from all over the place.
Yeah, they're not Yankees. Fouled right back. I mean, you talk about, they've pulled guys from all over the board.
Yeah, they really have.
Ellsbury is a big free agent acquisition. Beltran, free agent. McCann, free agent. Headley,
trade,
just recently traded for. And then Stephen Drew, the same deal. Martin Prado, the same. Ichiro was a trade. Was that last year or 2 years ago?
A couple of years ago.
Yeah. Down in the dirt.
The key is, though, they've been playing pretty well together. A lot of new faces, new bodies.
Out of play. Well, I think that when next year rolls around, when Derek Jeter is no longer trotting out there every day, the Yankees will certainly have an identity crisis.
Oh, my goodness, yes. He'll be the last of the core players that they drafted to come through in that group that won it all, with Pettit, Posada, Mariano Rivera, Jeter. He's the last of them. And, you know, he's pretty much the heart and soul of this ball club, and has been for a long, long time. You know, they'll go out, they sign people, but what do you do? I mean,
well, there's nobody ready to inherit that mantle, that's for sure.
No one ever will. It'll put to rest, because you won't have a captain after that.
Well, it would certainly take somebody very special coming along, and just as Jeter was all those years ago back in 1996.
You'll see that number 2 up there. They made it run out of numbers. They'll be in the triple digits now. They'll be handing out. Yes, here's 106 for you.
The 2-2. And that's out of play. Two balls and 2 strikes with 2 down here in the 5th. Oh, close but no cigar, and a full count. And this will be the 10th pitch of the at bat from Martin Prado. That's driven to deep center, but backpedaling is Dickerson. And the inning is over. 1-2-3 go the Yankees. We go to the 6th. 5-1 New York. photo of the game. Remember, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have one of your photos shown during our telecast. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Esmail Rogers' night is over after 5 innings, and so from one former Indian to another. David Huff will now pitch here in the 6th.
And Huff has pitched in 19 games for the Yankees since joining them in June 11th to be exact. He has 2 wins, no losses, a 1.80 ERA in his 25 innings. He'll be facing Brantley, Santana, and Murphy, the scheduled hitters.
Well, Michael Brantley lined out in the 1st, walked in the 3rd. That pitch is lined down the left field line. Gardner can't get it. It kicks up into the corner. Brantley into second base, and he'll hold right there as Gardner had to get up and go track it down. And the Indians get their leadoff man aboard here in the 6th.
Well, for Gardner to make this play, he would have had to make a sliding catch. It's slicing away from him. That was actually a pretty good pitch off the plate that Michael stayed on, and as he runs, the left hand helps him, but he didn't get into that slide any earlier, and he was heading pretty quickly into the wall. So a nice attempt, goes off the end of the glove. It'll be the 31st double for Brantley, and his first hit tonight. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. He's shaking his head. He felt when you run that far for a ball as an outfielder, you want to catch it, especially if you get leather.
Yeah, it just tickled the end of his glove, but not able to pull it in. So Carlos Santana, he had a chance back in the 3rd inning to get the Indians back in it, but he struck out to end the inning with 2 aboard. Drove in the Tribe's only run with a 2-out single in the 1st. Now a chance to do some damage in the 6th. Tribe down 4. It's a big inning, though, for the Indians offensively. This is a very good New York bullpen the deeper you get into it.
Oh, yes.
So this is the 6th. This is the so-called soft spot of any bullpen when you are into it prior to the 7th inning. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Drilled down the line, but foul. Hooked it just a little too much.
Not much room down there, down the line, but it did land in foul territory.
One ball, 2 strikes. Santana has been a much better hitter from the right side of the plate. 60 points higher on the batting average. But of course, the homers, the RBI production much better from the other side. Huff's 1-2. He strikes him out. One away.
Well, he went after Santana fouled off the changeup. He comes back with a good fastball, well located on the outside edge for Huff. Gets Santana to swing through it.
One on, one out for David Murphy. 0 for 2 on the night. Hop back out of play. Baltimore must not feel like they've quite got it yet. They're piling it on. They lead St. Louis now 12-0 in the 6th inning. Murphy lines it under the left field, a base hit. Brantley coming around third. They're going to wave him home. Gardner's throw headed towards second. David Murphy with RBI number 54 on the year, and the Indians close the gap to 5-2.
Well, Murphy just continues to hit with runners on base. He's done a great job of that all year long. You put a runner on base or in scoring position, it seems like David always finds a way to put it in play and find a hole. And what did he do? He stayed on a fastball that was up, and he took it the other way. So Murphy with a good job. Now the Indians cut into it. It's 5-2, and you mentioned this is about the time you're going to have to, because they have somebody else up getting loose, a right-hander.
Murphy now with a 6-game hitting streak. And now Nick Swisher 0 for 2 on the night. Sean Kelly is the right-hander getting loose now for New York. He didn't pitch in either of the last 2 games. So a fresh arm. Swish takes. And it's ball 1. Nick flied to center in the 2nd inning, struck out in the 4th. Trying to get something going for the Indians offense in this 6th inning. With a run in and a man on. All of the action tonight came in the 1st inning. And most of it was on the New York side of the ledger. Some sloppy play defensively for the Indians contributed, but it was 5-1 after an inning, and it stayed that way until David Murphy's RBI single here in the 6th. Swisher with a line drive base hit in the left field. So the Indians have collected 3 hits off David Huff here in this 6th inning.
Yeah, he's providing a little spark here in the 6th inning. You can see they're trying to get to their bullpen. There's a fastball right there, or it might have been a cutter. I take that back. It looked like a cutter that Swisher hits the left field. So 3 hits in the inning out of the first 4 batters, and he's going to leave him in to face Dickerson from the left side. But we've always known David Huff, his fastball has been very straight. There's not a lot of movement to it, so he better locate it to his spots.
And Dickerson takes down low, ball 1. Cuts and misses, evens the count 1-1. Huff eyes the runner at second. That's David Murphy. And he delivers a strike to Dickerson. One ball and two strikes. Jose Ramirez waiting on deck. And he takes a third strike. Two down. And we're going to get a pitching change.
Little cutter was he has to backhand it. We've seen a few pitches in there today, but he gets this one called, so it's out number 2. And we're going back to the bullpen.
Sean Kelly will be coming on when we come back. The Indians have closed the gap. They've got 2 on, but now 2 out here in the 6th. The Browns open up preseason action at Detroit Saturday, and you can catch a replay of the game against the Lions Sunday following Indians Live here on Sports Time Ohio. So David Huff out. He's responsible for the 2 men on base. There are 2 down, and Jose Ramirez, the batter, 0 for 2 on the night. Sean Kelly, the new Yankees pitcher, 40th appearance of the year. He hasn't pitched in either of the last 2 days.
47 strikeouts and 36.
Ramirez swings at the first pitch, drives it to deep right, and what a catch made by Ichiro. Well, the Indians get 1 back, but they strand 2. Suzuki might have just saved the day. Tomorrow on Fox Sports 1, Yankees host the Indians in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Kenny Albert and Eric Karros will have the call. Pre-game coverage starts at 12:30. The Cardinals and Orioles interleague matchup follows only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Well, Ichiro can still go get him in the outfield. No question about it. And he made a terrific play. And that helps keep New York in front by 3. If he doesn't make that play, the Indians probably score 2.
Oh, yeah, with 2 outs and it gets over his head. I certainly would think so.
But at 40 years old, to look at him, you wouldn't think, well, there's a guy that looks like he's 40, huh?
Yeah, he's always been in shape. He's a slender build. He was able to fly when he was younger. As far as getting down the line, he would just slap that ball to the left side of the infield and go. And that's pretty much what he still tries to do. He doesn't try to pull the ball a whole lot. You almost have to force him to use his hands and make him try to pull the ball, because if you give him something out over the plate, he'll just slap it the other way, and he's great at picking that hole up. A lot like Rod Carew used to do.
Upstairs.
You know, the left-handers that always stay on it, Wade Boggs, Rod Carew, those guys are just, they're never out on their front foot. They never try to pull the ball. But this guy could run and had a lot of infield hits.
Well, and even when he looks like he's out front and leaning forward, his hands stay back.
Yes, they do.
Which is, I mean, you wouldn't go to somebody and say, watch Ichiro, that's how I want you to hit.
Well, no, not unless you could run like him and you could bunt. You could do a little bit of everything just to get on base. How many years did he lead off for the Seattle Mariners? But don't ask him to drive in runs and hit for power. He gets on. Hits. That's his game.
Well, he just drew a walk and he's aboard to start the 6th inning.
You talk about him still being able to go get him. A line drive off the bat of Ramirez, and on the dead run, sticks it up there and makes a nice running catch. Always been a very good outfielder.
John Axford now goes to the top of the order to face Brett Gardner as Mickey Callaway scrambles the bullpen into action. Tell you what's weird about the Yankees is that offensively at home this year they haven't been scoring much. And I mentioned tonight, okay, they got 5. But all 5 in the first, and they've done really nothing since.
Right.
But hey, 5 runs in the American League, you get 5, you're in pretty good shape the way things are going these days.
Pretty much magic number.
But listen to this. The Yankees have the 5th lowest runs per game average at home in all of baseball this year. 3.56 runs per game for New York at home. The last time the Bronx Bombers averaged fewer runs at home, you have to go back to 1972, which was the year before the designated hitter came into play.
Wow. Well, they're only a game over the 500 mark at home, averaging that kind. So they got to be doing something right pitching. But boy, 72, that's a long time, isn't it?
When did they play in Shea Stadium? Was that 72?
It was in 74-5.
Throw down to second base. Ichiro taken off, and it's a close play. The ball came out anyway, and he is safe with his 8th steal of the year.
Second stolen base, isn't it? No.
For him, yeah.
Yes, it is
Second,
today.
yeah, so 9. Give him 9 now on the year. So it had nothing to do with the fact that it wasn't here. I thought, well, maybe it was because they were over in shade, different dimensions, different ballpark. But no, that was here.
Yes.
Needless to say, it's been a long time since the Yankees struggled like they have this year offensively. But that goes back to our earlier comments about, look at this lineup. These are pieces, parts that have come from all over baseball, and
they normally pound you. You know, they beat you with the home run ball, the big 3-run homer. In this porch, you know, they usually just, the Indians have out-homered them. The Yankees this year, 105 home runs. The Indians have hit 111.
Well, John Axford's working himself into trouble now. He's walked the first 2 here in the 6th. And while they try to sort it out, we're going to go back to the studios for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski. All right, thanks, Al. 2 on, nobody out, and the captain, Derek Jeter, at the plate, 1 for 3 on the night. Jeter squares and bunts it. Axford fields it, looks to third, goes to first, and they get the out there on the sacrifice.
Well, Jeter lays down a perfect sacrifice. They're trying to add to that 5-2 lead. They know, even though they have a 3-run lead and we're in the bottom of the 6th, they want to try and get 1 more, if not 2, in a situation like this, just to, you know, stop that momentum. The Indians only added 1. So they're going to put them on intentionally. They sure are. So it'll be all 3 reaching base on the walks in this inning.
Almost threw it to the backstop. Perez did a nice job to hang with it.
They'll probably go get Zubchinski, right, to push
Turn
Beltran over to the right side, I would think.
And then you've got McCann afterwards. So, yeah, I would think that's the strategy.
Well, you go back to that first inning, Matt, when Bauer walked 3, they all came around to score. Now you're looking at this inning. You've given them runs, you've given them base runners, and right now all 3 runners in this inning will be via the walk. Those 3 of their 5 runs have scored on walks, and we'll see. Soon to be determined after Francona comes to make this move. Or is he going to keep them?
Well, let's see what Tito decides to do.
He's going to keep them. Right here. This will be Axford's last hitter, I would imagine, with the lefty McCann on deck.
Beltran, an RBI single and a run scored in the first. There you go. They've got the numbers. 1 for 7, 4 punch outs, and their days in the National League going head to head.
They certainly do have the numbers.
The 1-0. And a bullseye. 1 ball, 1 strike. Axford deals. Swung on and missed. Good change of pace as Beltran out in front of it.
Well, comes back with the curveball. He started that off a great spot at the knees, and it goes down, and he got Beltran to chase it. He took the fastball.
10 career grand slams for Carlos Beltran. But Axford now 1 strike away from putting him back on the bench. Driven to deep right. Good night. Carlos Beltran's 11th career grand slam. Blows it wide open now for the Yankees.
Well, Axford came out and tried to get him on the curveball, and he hung it. He got him. He threw him a good one the pitch before, and look at that one, a hanger. Not in this ballpark. You can't hang breaking balls to left-handed hitters because it's a short porch. And look at that, 1 hit, 4 runs for the Yankees. 6 of the Yankees' runs were walked today, and they come in and they score.
Timeout for a pitching change. It is now New York 9, Cleveland 2. (9-2) New York. Grand slam by Carlos Beltran. Opens it up here in the 6th, and now Mark Subchinski on. Well, we mentioned it when they decided to intentionally walk Ellsbury. He had Subchinski ready. I thought he'd go to him there to turn Beltran around and make him bat right-handed, where he's a much different hitter this year. But perhaps Terry Francona went with the numbers that we also looked at, which was Axford's career track record against Beltran. 1 for 7 for strikeouts, but he hung him a breaking ball.
He sure did.
And that was a killing blow, perhaps, here tonight.
We got Cervelli coming on to pinch hit now for McCann.
Francisco Cervelli.
Yeah, the Indians have walked 7 Yankees today. 6 have come in to score. So you talk about paying the price for giving up base runners.
That's driven to deep left. That's a fair ball up into the seats on the bounce. Or did it go? No, it stayed in play. Either way, it's a double for Cervelli.
Well, there's a fastball inside Cervelli. He's up for it. He loves it. Hit the top of the wall. It had to hit a fan before it came
looked
back.
like
So
it did, didn't it?
had to be a ground rule double. He said nothing that didn't hit anybody, but tell you what, then that's an optical illusion.
I think that's what DJ Rayburn, the third base umpire, was asking David Murphy, and I think Murphy said, yeah, it was in the stand.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, he's a little closer than us, so we can see why you can't see it.
High pop, heading towards the seats, and that's going to get out of play. Well, in Cincinnati, where the Indians just left a Reds team that had beaten them 3 straight, tonight Nathan Eovaldi has shut down, I should say. Cincinnati finally got a run in the 9th inning, but it wasn't off Eovaldi. He pitched 8 shutout innings. 2-1 Marlins lead it as they're trying to hold on now, but Cincinnati's got the tying run at third base with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. 2-1 delivery from Zubczynski. It hit him.
Got him on the back leg.
So Headley goes to first.
Well, there have been 2 ugly innings here tonight by the Indians pitchers. It's the first and now the 6th. Call it a back foot slider. That's exactly what it was. It got him in the back knee, or close to it.
Ryan Shaw getting loose now in the Indians bullpen. We're only in the 6th inning.
Yeah, there's still just 1 out, and that was a sacrifice bunt by Jeter.
Stephen Drew, the 8th man to bat in the inning, goes to Santana. There's 1 at second. Return throw, not even close. Into the bullpen, up into the seats, or rather into the dugout, into the seats, and another run scores.
Well, yeah, you have to learn.
10-2 New York.
When you're Ramirez, you cannot lead the pitcher. Santana tried to do that yesterday in Cincinnati. You lead the guy to the base, and it's just not going to work. Just hold on to the baseball. You get the 1 out. Santana, Zubczynski's got to go over, and look at he's waiting for him to get there, and then he throws it wide. Goes into the dugout, so another one comes in to score.
Well, we get timeout for another pitching change. 5 in the first, 5 in the 6th. 10-2 New York. The Yankees have opened it up with 5 more here in the 6th tonight. They'll lead 10-2. And they've got a runner at second base with 2 out. Martin Prado, the 9th man to bat in the inning. And the 3rd Indians pitcher of the inning is Brian Shaw. Ten runs, 8 hits, no errors for New York. 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors now for Cleveland. But that only tells part of the story.
It's been an ugly story tonight.
Outside, he missed 3-1.
A couple of 5-run innings.
And there have been 7 walks, 2 hit batters.
A couple of errors.
Drilled to center. Inning over. New York sends 9 men to the plate. They score 5, 4 on 1 swing of the bat. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Roberto Perez. First big league hit, and then goodbye. First big league dinger. It took a while to review it.
That's right. He didn't get that full trot all the way around the bases. He's still got a ways to go to get it. That's like getting an inside the Parker in your first home run when it has to be reviewed.
Francisco Cervelli now behind the plate as Roberto Perez leads off here in the 7th for the drive. He's 1 for 2 tonight, single back in the 3rd. Pitch outside, 1-1. I believe they just said Josh Tomlin is warming up in the bullpen now for Cleveland. Perez swing and a miss. It's 1-2. It is Josh Tomlin. Terry Francona announced after his last start that they're going to move Tomlin to the bullpen. Part of that, I think, is performance-based. Part of that is also looking out for Tomlin. I mean, when you miss a whole year with the Tommy John surgery, you can't just expect the guy to come back and throw 200 innings. So I think there's some concern too that they want to try to limit the innings so that they're not putting too much stress on that elbow that was surgically repaired. Perez pounds one right back up the middle. He has 2 hits tonight. Indians get their leadoff man aboard for the 2nd inning in a row.
Perez has 2 hits, so does Kipnis. I'll tell you, Perez can get on the fastball. He had that swing and a miss on the slider. He didn't chase for strike 3, but he got a fastball to his liking, and that's what you do. You don't miss it when you get to the big leagues. You make sure you hit it, you put it in play, and get your hits off the big boy, number 1.
Well, especially when you're not getting a lot of playing time. It's not like you're
right.
Getting 4 at-bats every night. We understand Katie Witham has more on Roberto Perez.
Well, Matt, you guys have mentioned in the broadcast before, Roberto Perez always known for his glove behind the plate, not necessarily for his offense. He told me he completely changed his approach, his mindset. This season, he's really gone with a more aggressive approach. He's no longer trying to work the count. But also, the biggest difference for him, he actually switched bats. He went to a heavier one slightly. Last year, 33.5 to a 31. This season, he's using a 34-32, and he said he can really feel the barrel head, which has helped a lot. I don't know, Rick, can you attest to something like that?
I like that. I like what you said. He's going to be more aggressive, and he's getting more aggressive to hit the ball. You know, so you sit on fastballs, and yes, there's nothing wrong with going to a heavier bat. A lot of the guys trying to create the bat speed with a lighter bat. But, hey, when you're not playing every day, you don't have your strike zone down pat. And he's not going to get a chance to play every day with Yan Gomes here. So get up there, get that heavy bat. He's really had a pretty good approach. Look for that fastball and get after it.
What does the heavy bat do? Keep you from getting too anxious?
Well, you know what? You don't have to swing it as hard. Sometimes when you got a little lighter bat in your hands, you know, you overswing, you pull off pitches. When it's a little bit heavier, just put the ball in play. Eddie Murray used to be a hitting coach, and he would a firm believer in using the heavier bat. He got Coco Crisp, if you remember. To go to about a 33, 34 ounce bat.
Keeps you in the middle of the field, essentially?
Well, yeah, you're not. It's only a half an inch or half an ounce or an ounce, but yeah, it's not as big a difference as you think.
See, to me, I almost look at it. I guess my thinking is just the opposite. It only seems like a half. What's a half an ounce? What's an ounce? But it is. You know, when you pick up a bat, sometimes the difference is like, ooh, you can definitely feel it. I've heard guys.
Yeah, but you know, Perez is not playing every day, so he's not going to be worn down. So he's going to feel strong every time he hits. So that extra ounce may help him.
If you're an everyday player, I've heard guys say,
well, you can adjust and go down.
Yeah, this is an August bat right here, a little lighter.
Yes, you can do that. You'll go down to a half an ounce or even an ounce, as the season goes on.
Mike Aviles takes a called strike. He's 0 for 3 on the night. One and one. Is it also fair to say, Rick, that players today have lots more options when it comes to bats and bat sizes than in your day?
No question. They could have 2 or 3 different types. I mean, names, models. Louisville, Rawlings, you know, the Marucci. And yeah, they could have a number of different bats. And these guys are bigger and stronger than we ever were. And they don't swing a heavier bat. They like lighter bats. And that's why you see a lot of them break if they don't really hit them on the sweet spot.
Avila smokes one right back up the middle, and the bases are loaded. So the Indians have put together 3 good at-bats here in this 7th inning to load them up with nobody out. And Sean Kelly slowly going to make his way back to the center of the diamond, and the Yankees are going to get their bullpen busy.
Well, here's where Aviles was out front, but he kept his hands back. You see, he was looked like he was bailing a little bit, but he had his hands back, goes right back up the middle, almost hits Kelly. Runners can advance only 1 base. Throw gets past Cervelli or jumps up and bounces off his knee or something.
It's a great one for young kids, though, to look at with Aviles. You mentioned he's out in front. He's out in front, but his head's still there. He's not.
Right.
He's not pulling off of it.
Right.
If he's pulling off of it, that's a strike. He has no chance to hit that ball. So now Michael Brantley with a good chance to get something going. He doubled and scored in the 6th. Indians down 8. Here comes the pitching coach finally, and this is just basically an opportunity to give the bullpen more time to get loose. Had it not been for that big inning by New York, you'd be talking about a bloop and a blast, and this is setting up great for Cleveland, but now you need a few bloops in a blast.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to give up 2 5-run innings in a game and get back into it. Very tough.
And Michael Brantley takes its low 2-0. In his career, a .370 hitter. How about this year? 6 for 11. Out of play down the left side. You would think pitchers know by now, if you try to just go away, pitch away to Brantley, he'll wear you out to left field.
He sure will.
Maybe they figure I'd rather him do that than hit one out of here, pulling it to right.
Well, even if he does pull one out of here and pulls it to right, you're still up by 4. It's 10-6.
Yeah.
You have to make him hit his way on.
You would think. We'll see what Kelly's mindset is. He went at him with a full count. Oh no, he changed speeds. I thought that was a fastball, but
change up.
very well could be the last pitch of the night for Sean Kelly. Payoff pitch. Ball 4. He's walked in a run. And Joe Girardi has seen enough of Sean Kelly tonight. The Indians pick up their 3rd run of the game on a bases loaded walk to make it 10-3. And Carlos Santana will be coming up, and he'll be facing a new Yankees pitcher. And you get a look in at the new version of Yankee Stadium from our Panini's overstuffed cam. We're on a Friday evening. Beautiful weather, big crowd. The Yankees lead it. Indians try to make a game of it yet. Bases loaded, nobody out. Adam Warren, the new pitcher. He'll be facing Carlos Santana, who is 1 for 3 on the night. First pitch off speed. He drops it in there for a strike.
Yep. Get me over curveball.
Santana rockets one to right field. Ichiro trying to cut it off. He won't. Scoring on the play is Kipnis. Aviles comes home as well. Brantley stops at third. It's a 2-run double for Carlos Santana, and it's now a 10-5 ball game.
Now you need a bloop and a blast.
Santana's 17th double of the year. His 3rd run batted into the night, give him 56 now on the year.
Well, he got that first breaking ball over, then Santana got a pitch. They wanted to go up and in, and see, he didn't locate it in. Cervelli's glove went up there, and Santana gets on top of it, drilled it down into the corner. Kipnis, Aviles score. 2nd and 3rd, still nobody out. Now you need a bloop and a blast, and you're right back in it.
David Murphy, an RBI hit his last time up, out in front of it. Murphy pops one to left. Back goes Gardner. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Brantley. He'll cruise home and score. 4 runs home here in the 7th now for the Indians. And it's a 10-6 ball game. Murphy picks up his 2nd RBI of the night. Give him 55 on the year. Nick Swisher will be the batter. Interesting is that they go to the shift again here for Swisher. It's Jeter who stays near third base, and the third baseman Prado goes over on the other side of the infield. Low and away, ball 1. Swisher and single to left his last time up. They throw down, but Santana was already at the base. Blocked nicely by Cervelli. 2-0. You closed the book on Sean Kelly, who's charged with 4 runs tonight in 1/3 of an inning. Just shaves the outside corner, and it's 2-1 now with Chris Dickerson waiting on deck.
Well, there's a pitch as a hitter you're not going to swing at. The count's in your favor. You can't hit it, so you take it. Wait for a better pitch, and then he rolls over on that one to ground out to first.
2 down, Santana to third. And then we'll bring up Chris Dickerson. Brian McCann, we're told the reason he came out of the game was for a mild concussion.
That's right. Remember the foul tip off the mask. Yeah.
Dickerson a swing and a miss. Dickerson now 0 for his last 11 at the plate. And it's quickly 0-2. Crazy game. The Indians have actually out-hit New York 10-8, but they trail it on the board 10-6 because of the walks and the errors. 6 walks have come around to score tonight for New York. That's just mind-boggling when you think about it. One-two pitch. Fouled right back. Then you throw in a couple of errors and a couple of plays that weren't errors but probably could have been or should have been.
Yeah, a couple of hit batters. It's been a mess. 2 5-run innings. I mean, you know, teams are going to score throughout the course of the game. You know that. The opposite. You want to minimize the big innings. You know, keep them down to 1, 2 max. When you have 2 5-run innings, it's tough to come back from, man. That's double digits. How often do you score in double digits?
Yeah, it's pretty rare, especially now.
Right.
Now the 2-2 to Dickerson. And he is rung up for the second straight time in the ballgame. The Indians will come back with 4 here in the 7th. Still trying to make a game of it. Time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. 10-6, the Yankees lead it as we go to the bottom of the 7th, and it's time now for our Here Right Audiology. Sounds of the game. Back to old Yankee Stadium and Lou Gehrig's famous farewell speech.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. When you look around, wouldn't you consider it privilege to associate yourself with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today?
Well, now it's Josh Tomlin who will get his opportunity to pitch out of the Indians bullpen. Tomlin, who's been a starter.
The only time he came out of the bullpen, he ended up getting a win. That was against Detroit in that balk game.
Interesting in that we just had our Here Right Audiology sounds of the game, the famous farewell speech by Lou Gehrig, July 4th, 1939. And I told you about a story, about a month or so ago, that there was a ticket stub from that game that was signed by Lou Gehrig, believed to be the only one in existence. And it was recently auctioned off in Cleveland. And as Ichiro reaches for the leadoff single here in the 7th inning. And it went for $95,600.
No kidding.
Just a little ticket stub, but it's from that game, signed by Lou Gehrig. There are only 2 that are known to be in existence, and that's the only one that has his signature on it.
Boy, oh boy. Somebody had to keep that in good shape, huh?
Yeah, you wonder, like.
It was 1920, did you say?
1939. I'd be curious to know, though, if, like, how did the person get it signed by him? And if it was signed that day, do you think they got it that day signed by him?
That's hard to. It wouldn't matter, I don't think.
He didn't live much longer than that, did he? Maybe another year or 2.
And it might have been signed that day.
Yeah, that's a pretty amazing piece of memorabilia. Also pretty cool that it was auctioned off in Cleveland. Gardner sends a high fly ball deep right center field. Dickerson at the wall makes the catch. And scampering back to first is Ichiro.
Well, there wasn't much room left. You can see you don't have to really juice a ball to get it out of here to right or right center. You see where this ball sends Dickerson right to the front of the wall. Right at the. He had about one more step to go. But it'll go down as out number 1.
Now Derek Jeter, 1 on 1 out. Tomlin delivers. It's in the dirt. Tomlin delivers, and Jeter fouls it back. Well, the Toronto Blue Jays took a 4-2 lead into the 9th inning at home against Detroit. And then the Tigers scored 3 in the top of the 9th to take a 5-4 lead. Now Joe Nathan's trying to close it out in the bottom of the 9th for the Tigers. To right field. Swisher makes the play, 2 down. Our great clip of the game from last night. C.C. Lee in the Indians bullpen doing some pretty good work.
Yeah, he had a man on third, nobody out, got the ground ball to short to hold him there, and a couple of strikeouts to get out of that inning. Came back out and did a really nice job in his 2 innings of work.
I don't think Casey Jansen of Toronto is going to sleep real good tonight. 2-run homer by Nick Castellanos in the top of the 9th. That tied it at 4, and then Eugenio Suarez homered to center field.
2 suspects you wouldn't think.
And Detroit took the 5-4 lead.
Well, Castellanos he's going to be a good player.
Yeah. Yep. Upstairs with it. 2 balls, no strikes. Anibal Sanchez ended up leaving that game early with a strained muscle in his right side for Detroit. Congratulations to Bartolo Colon, his 200th career win.
You got the win against Philadelphia, huh?
Yeah, 5-4 final for the Mets. Well, the Mets have won 10 of their last 11 games in Philadelphia. I was like, are they that hot? No. Tomlin awaiting the signal. Now he's ready to go with the 2-2. Got him looking, and the inning is over. Scoreless inning of relief work for Josh Tomlin, and we'll head to the 8th. 10-6 New York.
and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Indians Live presented by Conrad's coming up after the ball game here on Sports Time Ohio. Al Pawlowski, Jason Stanford will have the highlights and the analysis for you. Indians still trying to make a game out of this thing. They were down 10-2. They scored 4 in the 7th to close it to 4 runs. We'll see if there's anything left in the tank now as they come into the 8th inning. Double barrel action in the New York bullpen. Jose Ramirez is 0 for 3. And if not for a terrific play by Ichiro Suzuki, he'd be 1 for 3 with a couple of runs batted in on the night. Former Indian left-hander Rich Hill up in the Yankee bullpen.
I was going to say, that delivery looks familiar, doesn't it?
And Dellin Betances is getting loose for New York as well. Now the 3-1, and Ramirez takes ball 4. Indians have their leadoff man aboard. We'll go back to the studios for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski. All right, thanks, Al. Joe Girardi's probably ready to pull what little hair he has left out of his head. It was a 10-2 New York lead when Sean Kelly went out in the 7th inning and couldn't get anybody out. He had to be removed after the first 4 Indians all reached safely, and he walked in a run. And now Adam Warren, who eventually got out of that 7th inning, walks the leadoff man here in the 8th with a 10-6 lead.
Yeah. David Huff's the one that got it rolling. He gave up 3 hits in that 6th inning, and that's when Kelly had to come out and get out of it.
And barely did.
Yeah, no kidding, by the grace of a catch by Ichiro.
Roberto Perez 2 hits tonight, 2 singles and a run scored. Both of his hits have been right back up the middle into center field. Big swing, came up empty, 1-1. Boy, he wanted to, but couldn't quite pull the trigger. And it's a called strike, 1-2 the count.
There's that first fastball drilled right back up the middle, and you're going to see another fastball use the middle part of the field. Both hits coming off fastballs, both going up the middle.
Unlikely he'd see a fastball here with a 1-2 count.
Well, it happened last time, but he was able to take that slider, and it was out of the zone when they tried to get him to swing at it. There's the fastball, a little tired, but that's okay. That's the bread and butter of I think any kid that gets called up and comes to the big leagues. You've got to be able to hit the fastball, and you've got to hit it for base hits. You can't be tardy on it. You got to get your hits there because pitchers make their living off their breaking stuff after they set it up with the fastball.
The 2-2 out of play to the right. Ramirez back standing. And he strikes him out. One down here in the 8th, and that's going to be it for Adam Warren as we get a timeout for another pitching change. New York leading at 10-6 here in the 8th. Favor of New York. The Indians have a runner aboard with one out, top of the order, and Rich Hill coming on now for the Yankees. This will be his 4th appearance. He's walked 3 batters, but he's yet to record an out, huh?
Yeah.
Made his Yankees debut in Tuesday's loss against Detroit. He hit the only batter he faced in that game. He was at AAA when the Yankees signed him to a minor league contract on July 16th. He started the year out with the Red Sox at AAA Pawtucket. He was traded to the Angels, made 2 relief appearances in Anaheim. Gave up a run without retiring a batter in a doubleheader on Chicago, and then he was designated for assignment. So he's been bouncing around a little bit this year. Jason Kipnis, 2 hits, a walk, 2 runs scored. Rich Hill, originally a 4th round pick of the Chicago Cubs back in 2002. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 on and 1 out here in the 8th. Up high, it's 2-1. Kipnis with a double play ball to second. There's 1 on to first, and the inning is over. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th in the Bronx. 10-6 New York. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Bottom of the 8th inning. Beltran, the grand slam back in the 6th inning.
His 11th in his career.
Yeah. 5 RBIs on the night. One hop into the shift, and Kipnis throws him out. In-game box score brought to you by Hyundai. Now, the weird thing about this game is that the Indians really gift-wrapped a lot of this for New York. Now, hey, they took advantage. They got the grand slam from Beltran, but the 3 guys on base all walked in that inning. There was another run that scored because of another error in that inning. In the 1st inning, when they scored 5, there was 1 error. There was another play that should have been an error, but for some reason the official score generously gave Derek Jeter a hit, but that changed how the inning unfolded. And not to mention the walks in that inning. It's just one of those games where if the Indians would have just played a relatively clean ball game, they'd probably have the lead right now. But anytime you walk 7, you hit 2 guys, you got a couple errors.
Yeah, that's.
You're usually not going to be on the good side of that one.
No. And the Indians have had a hard time scoring, although they have been able to come back and put 6 on the board. They have 10 hits in the game. They have 3 doubles. When you look at it, when they score 5 or more runs, their record's been very good, just like a lot of teams in baseball. But they are going to down to their last 3 outs.
Josh Tomlin worked the scoreless 7th inning out of the bullpen. Now a full count on Cervelli with 1 out here in the 8th. Francisco Cervelli, then Chase Headley. There's a gapper right center field. That'll go to the wall. And Cervelli into second base with a 1-out double.
Well, Cervelli came into this game for McCann back in the 6th inning, and he's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles. One he pulled down the line, and the other one he goes to right center field. Well, here's that inning you were talking about, the defense. Kipnis had a backhand play he couldn't, and then that flip out of the glove. That was an error that allowed a run, and then another throw from Ramirez that got into the dugout. That allowed a run. It was just, it's not a good day. It is not a good day, and they've had a rough stretch here over the last 4 games.
We got a timeout for yet another pitching change. We are in the 8th inning, and the 7th Indians pitcher to work tonight is Cody Allen.
Well, Allen needs to get in and get some work. He hasn't pitched since August 3rd. That came on the weekend against the Texas Rangers. So those 4 days off against the Cincinnati Reds. That's exactly why Francona goes to him right now.
Wow, 11 days. That's hard to believe. Pitch outside. to first. Santana has it. 2 down. As Cervelli moves over to third base. And that's going to bring up Stephen Drew. How about Jim Leyland checking things out here tonight? Probably
seen him a couple times during the year too. He was in Cleveland when the Tigers were in town.
See, either that or he missed the flight when the Tigers left town. He's stuck here. I would have to imagine when you've managed as many games as Jim Leyland has, there's on one hand there's a sense of relief. You can just go to the ball game, enjoy it, watch it. You don't have to worry about anything. But there's got to be another part of him that's itching, gnawing inside of him, going, would I have done that, or what could I do if I was back out there, or what if I had this team or that team?
Maybe boring for him because he's not, he doesn't have anything to do. Make the move, just watch it.
Yeah, he's not gnawing on his fingernails. He's not going for a heater.
Smoking a heater. Yeah. I got to go outside the stadium to have it now. I'm not managing anymore.
Now the 1-2. Hit in the air to right field. In comes Swisher on his horse. He makes the catch, and the inning is over. We will go to the ninth. 10-6 New York. The Yankees took advantage of some bad Indians baseball. 7 walks, errors, and Trevor Bauer he could not get into a groove early here tonight. So here in the 9th inning, it'll be Aviles, Brantley, and Santana due for the Tribe, and Dellin Betances is coming on now for the 51st time this year for New York. Born and raised right here in New York.
Well, and he is blessed with a great right arm. 100 strikeouts in his 67 2/3 innings. We had an opportunity to see him pitch in Cleveland, and boy, he can throw.
in there for a strike. And the count quickly 0-2. Avila strikes out, one away. Here at Yankee Stadium tonight, 43,972 for the series opener. Fox Sports 1 has the game tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Rick and I will be back with you along with Katie on Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock here on Sports Time Ohio for the series finale. Nice play at first by Chase Headley. 2 down. Guy who hasn't played much in his career at first, sparingly. Was a Gold Glover at one time in San Diego at third. But filling in for the injured Mark Teixeira made a nice play on a little short hop there. And there are 2 away. Santana swings at the first pitch and fouls it right back. Santana had an RBI single with 2 outs in the first inning. Drove in a pair in the 7th as the Indians tried to claw their way back in it. And this bouncing ball up the middle will get through. It's his 3rd hit of the night.
There you go, a little breaking ball. Gave him a break, and Santana still went the other way.
Well, let's see if David Murphy can keep this alive for the Tribe. He drives one to right field. There's a base hit. Santana on his way to third, and he will stop there. One more base runner, and the Indians have the tying run at the plate now.
There's that fastball Murphy turns on. He doesn't waste any time. You got to get after that first fastball if you can. 12 hits now for the Indians.
Well, if Swisher can keep it alive, then the tying run would make its way to the plate. We will see. Right now, Dickerson in the on-deck circle, but it's all eyes on Swisher. He needs to get aboard to keep it alive for Cleveland. Swish 1 for 4 on the night. Cervelli calls for time to let the infielders know what's going to happen here. You got to imagine Murphy will take off here to eliminate any chance of a force at second. Maybe not. Swisher takes a strike. Popped out of play, and it's 0-2. The Yankee fans, as uneasy as this one has been, finally sense perhaps that victory is close at hand. Now Murphy takes off, and he does go to second base. No steal for Murphy. They'll call it defensive indifference. Swisher able to lay off that last pitch, so it's now a 1-2 count. The 1-2. Little bit low, and again Swisher able to check and hold up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Indians have out hit the Yankees 12-10, but they're going to need a few more hits if they want to come back and stun the Bronx Bombers tonight. 2-2 upstairs and a full count. Dylan Betances delivers and he strikes him out to end the game. Second strikeout in the inning